I hope everyone is doing well. Hi, Positive. Thank you so much for being here. Early crew, what's up? I hope this I hope today has treated you all well. We are back at it, my friends. It's been a while. It's been a while. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. It's been rough, like this past week or so. Well, I mean, more so than that. Aw. Thank you, Oz. It's been a while, but I honestly needed it. I've been very busy actually, considering even though I did have my vacation, I had time off work and everything. It was great. But since it was, with family and festivities and all that stuff, I have not been really had much time to, aside from my own gaming, of course, I've been shiny hunting a lot, and that's like my escape from everything. But it's been very busy. So I'm trying to just catch my bearings because it's back to reality. Oh, there goes Rabbit. It's so sad that he knows. But yeah, I'm excited to be back because honestly, I miss playing games and being with you guys. Hi, Lecky. How are you, bestie? I hope you're doing well. Also, I had posted it on Discord before that I did get my modded 3DS, and I've been trying to work with that, trying to figure out how to get everything situated. There was a little bit of hiccups here and there, but I think I figured it out. So plans in the future to play some 3DS games on stream. Playing it for the very first time in my life. I'm a noob, okay? I unfortunately missed the 3DS, the DS era, the 3DS era, of Nintendo. I had a major gap in Nintendo. Listen, you did good. Sometimes you need that time to recharge. Like I said, we're all busy. We do all the things. Sneasel! Hey, buddy. Thank you. Speaking of, thank you. Thank you so much, Sneasel, for helping me out through that whole chaos with the 3DS. But we're going to be gaming soon, my friends. We're absolutely going to be gaming, and I'm excited. I'll most likely, again, these are the plans for this year. I want to play Auras. I want to play Sun and Moon. Well, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I have Ultra Moon, but you get what I'm saying. I've never played them. It'll be my first time. It'll be an experience together. Yeah, I went from N64 to Nintendo Wii. And then from Nintendo Wii to the Switch. So I have quite the bit of gaps. I don't have a Game Boy Advance. I have the OG Game Boy. Like the brick, the gray brick. No color, no nothing. The OG. None of the SP, none of the GBA, or Game Boy Color, none of those. Yes, the cinder block. I can definitely hit somebody with it. But hey, that's a good thing. Sometimes you need a weapon and it will still survive. The cartridge will still be fine. All I just gotta, blow out the cartridge and put it back in, and then it's gonna work wonders. It was made to last. So yeah, I am glad to have the privilege to revisit some older games and to do it with you guys. So I'm excited. But with that said, I am excited to get back into some more chill other games that are not, Pokemon. Because it's been a while, and I'm at my core, I am still an adventure gamer. I love puzzle games. I love mysteries and adventures, and I want to take you guys along with me. So, perfect timing. The music to the Ace Attorney compilation is done. So, let's start the game, shall we? See. I have my protein drink. I have my water because it's going to be very taxing for my voice. It's been a while since I've done this, but I'm going to thoroughly enjoy it for sure. Okay, let's see how this works. Okay. Should be fine. I'll take you with me. Don't worry. We're going places together. All right. Okay. We know this. Ugh. My beloved. No, I have my protein drink for now. I don't have anything to snack on or munch on, but we'll get there, don't worry. We'll take our breaks. Let's go. Let's do this. Ooh, the red one. You got a color advance. SB3D. That's so awesome, Lucky. Hi, 10. How are you? I hope you're doing well, my friends. It's been a while. Happy New Year to all. And to all a good night. Let's do this. Oh my... Wait, what? It's still... What? Did you not get it? Did it get lost?
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
Aw, don't make me cry!
I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me
Kadabra in chat.
for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted
Get more balls, Lucky!
what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I myself Oh, that was fast. Oh god.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Let's go! That's my girl! That's my girl, Susato. Yeah,
Please, I ask for your guidance.
I think it got lost because Kazuma-sama. No, don't say about Kazuma. My sweet boy. Oh, I love this art. It's so good. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Oh, it's so gorgeous. God damn it, this game. But yeah, I had sent something to Lecky. And I had sent it like early, like maybe the second week of December. If there's nothing there, then I'm assuming it's been lost into the sea of many things that I'm sure the post office has lost during the holidays, and it makes me sad. So we'll figure it out one way or another. We'll work on it. Like, I have plans for certain things. Like, it's a specific thing that yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's possible you might eventually get it. You know, there's people that have gotten like late mail, but I have no idea. We'll see how it goes. But I'm sorry, it sucks. Yeah, you know, better late than never. But it will definitely come with a holiday card, so happy holidays. All right, now, I know we're talking, we're having a good time, but I've got some work to do. Gengar! How are you? That's my partner in crime right there. Troll Adam. One night at a time. I hope you're doing well, Gengar. Well, good morning. Good morning, my friend. That was him. Alright. My loves, now it's time for me to do some voice acting. So I will do my best to respond to you, but also get the story going. It's within the states. So like that could also just they're overwhelmed and everything. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judica of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh, good you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. That's your dad. Can you... I know you're trying to be, like, all nice and everything, but can't you say, Papa? I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors, either. Oh, dear. Truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. No, Susato, don't you dare say that! Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugen Mikatoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Who's that? God, it's been a while. It's been a while. Excuse me. Oh, yes! Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It is complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Mbami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. And why are we talking as though we've never talked to each other before? Oh, wait. Now I know why she's acting this way. Hold up. It's all coming back. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. It's always a murder in Savannah. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Trucifer, how dare you? You think you can hide from me? It would seem our little...
see that I'm fucking leisuring?
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh? What do you mean, Professor Mikatoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? The varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial a male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, bestie. You're my bestie. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Gay? No, I'm so sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
I approve of the gay. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. I know I'm doing her voice, but I'm gonna try to make it deeper, which is gonna make it even funnier. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. Oh my god, Trucifer, please. I notice how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Gengar. Nothing. You're so dramatic. Susato? You do believe me, don't you? Yes, you are. I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, we always sound like this wherever we are, Japan or England. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside. Damn, she fast. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. There's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, am I right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case, is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. Papa! I'm Susato Mikatoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan.
Look at him with his new outfit. I love the steampunk outfit.
How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Looking so handsome, so dashing. Wish me luck, Naruto-san.
You got this, girl. We're back at it again. Okay, Kitty!
The court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The execution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. God damn it, Ouchie. How are you, Kelly, baby? I love it that she's in her steampunk outfit. It makes no sense, but I am keeping it and I don't care. This is an extra from like the I put it on and it's okay. It's a cute outfit. She's keeping it.
Defense! Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready?
Eyes.
Yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little venture. My beef! There's a whirlipede in chat. That's right. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
You're not a troll at all, Dad. Not once, not ever.
Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruto clan. Ah. Seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Chill, baby, chill.
Are you stealing your beef?
My beef.
Listen. Everyone keeps stealing the beef. That's why I say you gotta go to the chicken. Let that beef rest. Wow, how dare you, Whirlipede? It literally just rolled on by. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
His cousin.
That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them.
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
No, don't suffer, babe. Have you seen our boy, our man Genu? And have you watched that yet? On Jimmy Fallon? Why are you suffering? Are you in pain, babe? Are you sick? What's going on?
How dare you? Sasato's every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh,
Please be careful, Ray. No, I'm sorry, love. I wish I could make you some tea to help settle that. Take care of yourself.
what an unrefined tomboy we have here. I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you?
I know you're trying, babe. Take it easy.
His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are prone to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense
Ah, yes, so the lovely tutorial.
to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now.
His face.
The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even a law of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained, experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? But before you do, bitch save.
That's right, I haven't saved this entire time.
All right, we're overriding it, baby. We're overriding it. That's right.
All right, it's time to prove. It's time to prove myself.
Yes, the snap.
See? Tawny and Urbane stole that from this, okay? I'm sorry. Liars. They're not the first ones to slap their face. Get yourself pumped up, that's right.
Yes, Your Excellency.
But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
That is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to be blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and, in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right.
And God, I hate this part. I understand why, but at the same time, I don't need this. I know how to play the game.
I'm skipping it. I don't care.
All right, check the court record with the E. That's okay. Well, I guess I have to do it. Okay, let's examine it, shall we? Yes, Giselle Brett. That fucking bitch. That's what she gets.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
I wish it was Ouchie. Ouch.
Yes!
Yes! Alright.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is, Miss Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own Empire's judicial history?
Well, bitch, she is a killer.
Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. That's proving hard to recall the finer points. Everything you need is...
Yes, I know. I don't need to look at it. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything.
Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of...
Queen Victoria! God damn it. Can you imagine?
That's what it is. It's Queen Victoria. I know it.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
I'm trying not to do her voice too different.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation and the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensics medicine. Indeed. It was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university.
Aw, babe. It's been one thing after the next.
Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on a suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryanosuke no Rahodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life. She gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally.
That's right, Shanghai!
The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
On the day before? What do you know? This is all interconnected.
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
Ouchie P at your service, sir. As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. In the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Britt in her bathing attire, and the accused Ray Membrani. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when you consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. There's a swablu in chat.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... let's see. Alright, I guess let's just go through them all, because I don't think, like, we need more information. What? Raise your hand again. It's so cute. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West.
Fuck the West.
We are told that bathing in the water of Lake Minnetonka is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
Oh. For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. The British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Look at you, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
And we know who that detective is, baby. Come on, bring it on.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to...
Okay, I don't need to repeat myself on that one. Okay,
Mambami-san?
Yes, what is it, I mean, Naruto-san.
I'm really starting to wish we'd make my alliance through Ryotaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because as we know, following day would be Miss Brett extradited to British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Rabble. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that.
oh boy. Yeah, I need a little sippy sip.
But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying. But Father's right. We'll need more information. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let's put this into the accused, shall we? Mambami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikatoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikatoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
Accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. You got this! Who are you hunting for? All the villager hunting luck, my friend. I love you. Also, if you guys are not following my bestie, Frank and Faye, Miss Fee, you should definitely do that. I hope you get a dream one, or at least someone you can see on your island for sure.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Flames on the side of my face. That bitch needed to go.
Oh no! Be careful of what you're saying!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
I believe we have all a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university.
Yeah, it's just like any white woman would do.
Obviously, that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Hi, Alex. How are you? I hope you're doing well, friend. I appreciate you. I'm gonna take another little hydration, guys. I'm gonna drink my potion drink for a second. But also kind of, I need to clean my glasses. They got smudgy. I hate when that happens.
Can't you see that I'm fucking leisuring?
Kelly! I swear, all of a sudden you would have to, like, get ready to take them down. Abso-freaking-lutely love. Oh my god. Thank you for the cheers, my friend. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I think I may need to update the, I may need to update, Mix It Up. I think it's not working. They had a new update. I forgot about that. I'll have to do it later. It's okay. It's all good. I'll do it right now. Where is it at? Where is it at? Let's do this.
Can't you see that I'm fucking leisuring?
Appreciate you guys. Thank you so, so much.
Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Can't you see that I'm fucking leisuring?
Yes, even... I love how, like, it's just... I did that shit on purpose and I love it
Can't you
because
see that I'm fucking leisuring?
how many times it's going?
One more time. Yes, even if it was... Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. Can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of any anger and resentment.
Oh my god. I love it.
Oh, Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Look at this photograph! Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has more to its case. Huh? We intend to prove the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who? Huh?
One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
Takateshi Ouchi have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Ginta, how are you? I hope you're doing well, friend. How long has it? It's been a while. Happy New Year. Oh, trust me, this haircut's gonna get worse. Ouchie transcends many generations of wearing these glasses and terrible hair. Just you wait. Yeah, see?
Ryanusuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This is insult to the Ouchi family name. You will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
Whenever you want, baby.
It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Kazuma. There you go.
I just got a flashbacks. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls.
That's what happened, yeah. Kelly, we gotta figure it out. We gotta figure out in a day.
Yes, on the fateful day my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head.
Let's hold hands.
Observe the ouchie growth.
Oh my god,
You see?
my god.
You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expense of my crown.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something.
Oh my god. God fucking damn it.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Oh, where is the hope exactly?
They're roasting this man to film.
I said silence, Celio and shit. Today I face another yokel student of the Naruto clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop of my head. You have been warned.
I can't believe this is the reason he just hates him. He hates the entire family until we get to Phoenix Wright. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. I love it.
With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Listen, his hair was terrible to begin with. Oh my god, I love it. Yes, we got our bodies back.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can be undetected.
That poor turtle on his head. That's not Edgar Allan Poe. That's not. He was from the previous game. I mean, both characters are from the previous games.
Here I am. Well, the next best thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out. This is Tiger. I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Sosuke Natsume.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces. Please, you needn't be in awe of me.
I needn't?
It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke even.
Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course. I know. I presume Sosuke-san won't have forgotten about me. I would certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that has been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is, hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
No, but you do have a turtle on your head. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Oh, thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make more faithful testimony.
It is Terald! All hail Terald!
It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business does a rider such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san? You see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikatoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone, you know. The security spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Huh.
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. Alright.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, maybe you should save. Yeah, save right now.
Thank you, Sosuke-san. I will. It's this one. Yes. Yes.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, like I said, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
And with utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance.
Let's go! That is badass, my love. Hell yeah.
That detective, I'm at a liberty...
Oh, sorry. Wrong person.
The detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Yeah, I cannot perfect that guy. I mean, I know the way to do it, but I haven't done it in a while, so I'm pretty sure I'll mess it up.
Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry on my duty flawlessly.
Oh my. Inspector, you You're bleeding? Well, you do have something on your face now.
Yes. I'm sorry. I've been snorting too much. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Unfortunately, I had work to finish off, but unfortunately, of course. It meant that as my assistant, Ray, was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Oh, but if only I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed in Prop 2 excursion to the coast.
Let's do this. My body is ready.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly wrecked by remorse and regret, I am. I'll never leave court, will I?
Not the negligible difference between the size of the balls.
Balls are very important. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride at the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed Wildy. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
You guys are so wrong. So wrong. Oh my god, like Sarasa.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of His Highness' crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, but cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right. The fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Mimbani. The initials of the defendant.
But, no!
Rabble. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor outed you 9 months ago. None of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now.
That's right.
Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me.
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
As in Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right, I've seen this countless times as a digital assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Let's go. Alright. Okay, there's nothing that I can get or press from these. Okay. Okay, multiple times. Where'd you get that idea? Let's look at the court record for a second. Let's look at the, let's examine. It's a single stab wound, sir. Single.
Objection!
Oh, snap. Look at that right there. Wait, did I? Wait, no. Cancel. Sorry, hold on. There you go. She's all farming, guys. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama or Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Cancel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Sosuke-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Sosuke-san? Me? You claim to have seen Mambei-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did! Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's a rock in chat. There is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. So true. Then what is exactly your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, your excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. I love that he's still wearing his excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back.
God, true. That's right, and don't you forget it.
Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
I got there roasting this guy, I love it.
Our head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. It was the moment just as she had withdrawn the blade, really, for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I mean, yes, we know this. Soski is dramatic as hell, bro.
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade,
Then we are back to where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent, as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good.
Hold on. Here I go saving again.
Because you never know, baby. Save, baby, save.
See. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes, go for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she would stab her again, hide the knife, save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mambami-san was compelled to act when faced with one wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that there's best he can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel, hopeful, has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not a one iota of common sense.
How very telling, which a lot of people right now are.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student had a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is that what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. It's better to keep it in.
Yes, thinking of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor's ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm.
Oh god, sorry. Ouchie's voice is giving me ouchies.
Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pull it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. You pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Say that louder, won't you?
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would have proved fatal in many ways.
But then why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato,
Yes.
pull yourself together, mate. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
calling your daughter mate. Hold on. Thank you for the streak, Inta. I appreciate you. God, I mean, it's been like it's literally been 3 weeks since I've streamed. That's wild. Holy crap.
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my
God damn it.
adjudication immediately afterwards.
And I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. All right. All right. All right. Okay, let me just quickly save again, just in case. Okay. Okay. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten the Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. I have to look at the court record.
Sato, it's time like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
Ah, we're going through another tutorial part.
Evidence is what counts in this courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
Aha, I think perhaps it's time for you to use the 3D feature.
Yep. No, it's not. I know this. Okay, I'm going through it. I'm skipping it. I don't care. I know what to do. To think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their heads. In their hands. Yes, I need to examine things. Okay, let's examine it then, shall we?
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you.
As I should. So let's examine it. Yeah. Okay, let me just examine this part. See, this is her outfit. She looks very handsome, and I must say. Rakus England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soski-san, is it, father? It looks as it's quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. I mean, he's always... Oh, but he got a new kitty! Photographer to capture the moments of his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Dun 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 dun. This is the newspaper from Soski-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumeyu Medical Research Laboratory. Another poison! I mean, are we shocked? Poison to poison, baby. From Muday Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Soski-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is, the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I have not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's highly toxic poison we've been working on in strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Okay. Can we read it again? Or is it gonna say the same thing? It's extraordinary.
What I'd really like to know is how a reporter found out about it. Well, however it happened, I have to take full responsibility. There'll be serious consequences for sure.
Oh, Father. Alright, so... Okay, let's examine it. Following a lecture, okay? A deadly poison being secretly developed in the unit. Okay, what does it do? Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, could prove fatal. Okay, that's why she pulled it out. Okay. We know, we got the information we need.
Go through the court record.
There's a Cubone in chat. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Okay. We got this. We're getting places, guys. We're doing things. I'm going to, okay, present the...
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Not like my little sprout on my little bell sprout. Unless then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yumeyu. Trojan! Thank you so much for the streak. I hope you're doing well, friend.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely that part of the newspaper article mention affirms your assertion.
Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something further to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mambani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Not complete nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was a hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking her...
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation, the weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for the medical assistants to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? You want grounds? I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
For your expression, Counselor, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between... Okay, the post-mortem. I think it's post-mortem because I remember...
Take that!
Yes! I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely,
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree this is a very compelling evidence.
You. Yokel student and yokel professor.
Rabble, 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 rabble. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugen Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense's counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have admitted it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it on the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father.
A pitiful situation from a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded.
Hold it. Oh!
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Mommy-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was the Dante Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well, now, whatever do you mean?
And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while what had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I had hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think that the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mumbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive, bitch.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself.
What the? And what damning shot exists? The cruelty in the air on the beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. It shows the precise moment that Mimbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's beak.
No, that's not true. No, I don't believe it.
Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
His voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Suzato's decided to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cognate photographic print as evidence.
All right.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm generally lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
No of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. There's a galvantula in Chip.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photographic evidence at once. Look at this photograph!
Well, afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced the print before, I noticed that there was hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't complete and reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the plain truth is that print is so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
Moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the event is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no!
Susato, this is a time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we must need proof that somehow...
Yes, I've seen it, Ginta. I personally, like, I don't want to get them. They look massive. I don't have space for it. But, I mean, I say that at the beginning I was like, oh god, they're expensive, right? But, considering how many pieces they are, that is like, for each one, that's actually not bad. Because it's basically, it averages out to like 10 cents a piece for Lego. And it makes sense. It's a lot. From the pictures, they kind of seem small, but like they're much bigger in size, much bigger. I believe Eevee is like about 600 pieces. I forgot how much Pikachu, how many pieces it is. But I know the big one with all the evolutions of, you know, the first trio of evolutions. That one is massive. That's like over like 6,000. Is it over 6,000 or 27? No, it's over it's over 6,000 pieces to build that. And it's like it's like a full-on model. Like you need space for that. They look great, but they also kind of look funny. Like, not gonna lie, I think Eevee is the one that looks the best. How about you? Are you interested in getting them? In any of them? Or anyone?
Stop thinking about Pokemon Lego sets. You'll have plenty of time to rule your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. To rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in court of law.
I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel. Wait, why do I suddenly sound like the regular judge? I miss Judgy Poo. We'll get to Judgy Poo soon, don't worry. I agree. I think this won't be the only ones. Like these, like this might be the first batch that they're gonna do. There's just no way this is it.
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph? And the truth is,
I don't know. No, we have an answer, baby. I'm gonna bluff it until I know it. Woo! There she goes.
you got this, girl. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe it?
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
Yeah, there you go.
Take that!
What is the newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. They have already caught my eye, as it seems.
Honestly, I would want to get anything that... I mean, I know they're starting off with Kanto because it's the 30th anniversary. I get it. Let's go, Sneasel! Congrats! Shiny Heatran? That's amazing. How many encounters? How long have you been doing this hunt? But congrats, my friend. That's awesome. I will eventually have to get Black too, because I have Pokemon. I have Pokemon Black, but I don't have Black 2. Eventually. That'll be the easy part to get, I think.
Huh, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Yup, it's...
Good gracious!
That is goated. That is amazing. That is ridiculous. Pro gamer.
Yes, exactly the same patterns of lines is present on this photograph too.
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the Beach Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern appears on both photographic prints is a result of
some tree branches. A camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
What the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken in the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It must be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What?
That's my girl, Minimomo. What?
I see you're called a Racco's England returnee?
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Minimomo! I tell you, it's Minimomo! Mo!
Sosuke-san? What was that? Did you say Menimimo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Reitan Minimomo. Yes!
What is it? Reitan Minimomo. God damn these puns.
Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. From dusk till dawn. Until dawn.
Now that he mentions it...
Yup, that guy right there.
Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Reitan Minimomo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Mine by Mini Mimo, yes! My lord, your excellency, Esquire! Officer? Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to the courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University Medical Department by that task. Understood?
Mini Mimo.
The rocket is blasted off again!
Perfect timing, guys. It looks like we're gonna be getting into an ad break soon anyway, and I want to take a little break. Of course I'm gonna save the current status of it all. Why am I not? So, we're gonna take a little break. Alright? Get your snacks, get your water, maybe dinner. I'm probably gonna get myself some dinner too. Perfect time. Yeah, and we'll be right back. And we are back, my friends. Thank you so much for sticking through that. I got what I needed. I hope you got yours. Everything that you want to munch on and whatnot. And we are ready for more of this. I made myself like just, you know, a girl dinner. Something very light. But we're ready. Let's do this. Part 2 of the trial begins.
I'm so sorry, Suzato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out.
No, I mean, it's a little more substantial than that. I have a sourdough toast with some, mortadella and cheese. And, some pepperoncinis on top. So it's an open face sandwich. So it's kind of like it, but at least I have more than cheese and crackers. There's protein there, baby.
Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Suzato? That you have no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I had important details from you, Suzato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hey, Suzato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me on the floor. Give me your Suzato breakdown. Takedown, I mean. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better than you, you know?
Angry gremlin. I mean, yeah. But the thing is, I also tend to graze, so, like, I also have, like, some trail mix, too. So, I'll be fine. Generally speaking, sometimes I don't want anything crazy heavy at night, because then I'll feel it. Just as long as I have sustenance.
Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. The fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray... Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared. You know, when it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. I knew it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened and whatever really went on by that sea that day, I promise you, and I'm going to prove everything you've saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikatoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up to the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have all facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the accompanying proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police don't have any way for testing it. Oh, I see. There's a Yanma in chat.
Yes. Without these chemical reagents, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Let's go! Wait, where's Shiny Deer? Which one? Is it Sawsbuck or Deerling? The Xerneas? Is it Xerneas? Let's go! Congrats! I was like thinking legendary, non-legendary.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison.
Thank you, love. I'm eating at the same time, so yeah, I need to drink some water.
Wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? Which is when the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swarmed in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosuke-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Sosuke-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This... Many Mimo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you at all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal has been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosuke-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened.
Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Counsel, we just heard that a new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to seal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Nahoda.
Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
Let's go, let's do this. My body's ready. Rabble, 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 rabble. I hereby call this court to order as we convene to continue the trial of Ray Mambani. Prosecutor Aochi, have you summoned the new witnesses?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent, I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the region delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
Judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel? What were the results?
This dagger of Amun-Ra, was so cruelly used to end the life of a victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
With reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. You guys have too much faith in the police.
In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. The prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
She probably drank it.
Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
Bear with as I hydrate. Writing memo of the show you news. What people like to call a journal.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper, catch those scoops so they're printed the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Minimum was sent to scoops in the offing. Female student up to foul played defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will all lap this up. We'll set it up above the fold. 72-point at 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then. Let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dreamer for a while.
By the way, my name is Takasuchi Auchi. It's Takasuchi Auchi. So-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
Huh. That's cap, my friend. No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness? Yes? What the court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes the story calls out to me, sometimes I have to chase him down, but either way you gotta be fast, like Sonic. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with, it's no good you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini-moism.
Memo-ism?
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosuke-san. Yes, right, that was me, Mimo again. But you were supposed to go back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal, left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung.
This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down these words and she said my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right here. Here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see our country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the Oh God. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Ha! Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From the start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Menimimo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed to the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. That's the Momimi. Shout out Pixel Partners! The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one screen, poked the lens through the perfect shot.
Read screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. I'm a beeping beeper. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. If you get what I mean.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing, baby, from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's a Memimimoism in a nutshell. There's an Arctizolt in chat. Hold up. That is something I want to try to get myself. At last, it would appear we have genuine witnesses to this crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
A wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs for one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Nah. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest and his suspenders.
Let's go! Okay. The beach hut was made of okay, I already...
Thank you, Juicy. Oh, God. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can't you see that I'm fucking leisuring?
I appreciate you. Oh my god, where are we at? Okay. Hold up, sir.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Huh, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, start to finish, like I said.
We have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to court exactly what you witnessed.
Huh. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. The memi. When I first peered into the hut, I saw that the English woman was on the stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed it.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
Ugh.
And the next moment, as I was watching, like the creep that I am, the evil student girl entered the hut. Then they kissed. I mean, after a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. You could dodge a student, you could dodge a ball. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back. The two passed out each other. What you describe as a grim crime scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. My back's hurt, goddamn. That's what minimalism says. The minimum.
By the way, Menimimo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. I got your back, homie. Menimimo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of menimimo-mamaism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless.
Okay. Huh. Wait a second.
Hold on, sir. Let me quickly say. Because you always remember you gotta save. If you're not saving in an adventure game, you're fucking losing it, bro. You're losing it, you know? Bada boom, bada bing. And, hold on.
Okay, let me examine this first. Because remember we saw, what was the insignia here, right?
RM initials are very clearly arrayed here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify a killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
Yes, I know, but...
Is there any...
If we take off the pen's lid...
Yes, the fountain pen. Can I do anything with it? Oh!
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But isn't that a Yume University one?
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. That would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Aha! Is there anything else I can do?
Can't you see that I'm fucking leisuring?
Hey, Jojo! Thank you for the check-in, my love.
Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Huh.
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink there, that's all.
Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it would be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Alright. Okay, we've definitely added more information here. I don't think there's anything else I can do with this pen right now. I think I have all the information I need. But let's go back. This RM could also be Mr. Testimony right here. So...
Objection!
Menimimo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there, baby. The press doesn't lie. Aha! Look at that little insignia there! By George, she's got it, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm, see? Right here. In a way, that's more memo-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
Well, what are you suggesting with these recriminatory words, Counsel?
And thank you for the stream streak, Poppy. Thank you.
Menimimo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah! I'm sweating bullets. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in a hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its own initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mimbambi.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No.
Raten Menimemo R.M.
That's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of Menimimoism is being a pencil user?
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there is very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is.
Horsey horse dung.
Menimimo-san, it is not the case that before... Is it not the case before she died? You met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut.
Why would she be listening to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Shoyu News will be stand by me behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Huh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell us. Yes, there is another clue.
Oh, look at her smug face. Get it, girl, get it.
A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case... God, sorry, hold on. I'm getting confused with the voices. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency.
The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Testimony me right here.
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that will, of course, recognize Mene Mimo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem no numerous, do they? Well, Mene Mimo-san, how do you respond?
No. You got me. You got me.
Order. Order. Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed up her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we men no Mimo would say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook this meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Huh. Got it. Yeah, alright, but... on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Sosuke Natsumi-san.
Sosuke-san?
Oh, yes. According to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one, it's big. There's an oink alone in chat.
What?
Sosuke-san, what is it again? And no Mimoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Sosuke-san? Hiding something? I mean, this isn't really news, is it? That man hides everything. He's always guilty of something.
I asked the Englishwoman for the interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw that woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. Now, he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why men no Mimoism demands that I reveal it now. Oh, what the fuck? You mean to say the victim?
Victim regained consciousness? When she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes.
Ain't that, and that's not all.
Aw, night pause. I hope you have a good night's rest. We'll see you soon.
An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before? You hokel hack.
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English prose. A question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She's barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must now and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Okay, let's find out. It's just getting sillier and sillier. Okay. All right. Okay, we need more information on this.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did you say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Rider Man? Don't stop with me!
With it, you hokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
I don't know it. God damn it. Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs. Not crabs, at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. Don't make fun of my sandcastles! But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up to the beach to see what's happening, find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hasanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly chopped out of my skin.
What did you ask her, Suski-san?
I asked her, do you know the Muffin Man? Who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. I'll never know where the Muffin Man is. What in the stand will you answer the questions asked of you ambiguously? Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I'm so scared. I will. Okay.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Suski-san, is this really true?
Hold on, guys. 1 second, please. Bear with. Having both Ouchie and Soski-san voices is a lot. I'm trying to catch my bearings. Appreciate you guys with your patience. Okay. Let's do this.
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked Who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
But no.
Sosuke-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
36 more days? Oh my god. Is it really that quick? But wait, no, that... Holy shit. That is pretty soon. Oh my god.
But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yeah, oh my god.
Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slight different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events in the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by a victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No, no!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer, Hope Stash, 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible to the task we see, and we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all the deal's details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us about what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting in the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. Would Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in our beach hut that was empty but herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. I can't establish what really happened. It's over. Where are the real cups hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with a dying gesture.
An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing at a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy. Final fantasy.
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment of the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Outside the hut, motherfucker! Right here, beach. To the left, to the left.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I am a Naruhodo now.
An honorary Naruhodo.
The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? Are you suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? God damn it. What? Order, order, order.
Thank you for the lurk.
But suit a lawyer, Naruto-san Esquire. That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individual loitering about, I can swear to that. Yeah, it's because it's you, you dumb bitch.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Oh, please, I'm a grown woman, Trucifer. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of a fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Bro, hello, this incriminating photograph, right? Wait, no, the crime scene. Is the crime scene photograph? Let's double check here for a second. Yeah, yes. If you see that there's a little sliver.
Take that!
The original photograph of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
You take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
You need to take care of your glasses because you blind. There's a surf fetched in chat. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim protect?
Oh, I hate that. I mean, you have to, obviously, because it's the game, but hello, what is this?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't see any such thing.
Yeah, you need better glasses. Get some zoom. You need magnifiers. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Written Menoiwa-san, it could have only been you. Wow, rude. Rude. I'm sorry, Trucifer.
No.
This is preposterous. Leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? We ought to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
Stool?
Have another look at the photograph, you blind man! It's right there! The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was.
Well, I already said that. I don't want to repeat what he is. We know he is.
Killed while sitting on that stool by stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen.
I know, I'm a blind bitch.
Having been attacked. Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she could collapse on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Mbami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
You thought you got me again. You thought you got me good.
By your silence, Benemomi-san, I take it you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd.
That will do. It appears that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
You guys are...
No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my
I knew it. I knew he was not gonna, he didn't admit anything. He's gonna prolong this. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place in the time have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed that Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What the hell?
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison we're developing is stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, that poison could not have circulated in her blood.
What the? What is happening? How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom in his back with those whose... I can't even talk anymore, with whose blade? Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can't be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving...
Oh yeah, that's right. Alright.
No trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts is skillfully established by the defense in this trial. Turned out to be a headline making red herring. Is that about right? Well...
Order. But where does this leave us? In that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass has been knocked down the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into it either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, well, let me capture those wide eyes. Those prime press fodder, that is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I'm gonna get me my whiskey. Actually, no, sorry. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great. Yeah, I like it. Let me get a shot at that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you are the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo, and I'm a man. I'll never try to run or hide from anything in my life.
Listen, that's a different kind of poison, Trucifer. The man's like, I want to have me some whiskey. This is gonna be a long trial.
And I'm not about to start now, because that's my mimo.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd eliminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again.
That's right, sip it, girl, sip it. Get it, Leggy. To everyone's hydration. Choose your own poison, as it were.
Just where is this trial going to take us?
Oh, please, pure my ass. Maybe when you were 5 years old, bro. No, even then, I could just tell you'll hide if you did something wrong. I'll just sit in the back. No, you come back here. Quite the opposite was it?
Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and that's the very fact that proves I'm innocent.
That's right. I can imagine you. You've always been dramatic, Trucifer. I know it. Yes.
Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what it did, someone else could have had to see justice done.
True is never true. Yeah, it gets heavy sarcasm.
So, you admit it, Jen? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
Mm-hmm.
You can blame this miserable country of ours.
Huh?
A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? Well, ha! Truer words have never been spoken, my friend. That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Yup. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged a blade of sweet justice right in there.
What the?
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
Ginto, please. No.
You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. My pecs hurt, and suddenly snap, that sterno here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself.
Hi, Staker. Holy shit. Welcome in. Well, yeah, because it's just, I haven't heard that bit go off in ages. Ages. Thank you so much, though. I hope you're doing well, Staker. I know you were not feeling well. I hope you're slowly but surely getting better.
If the witness administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take into effect.
Aw, there's a scatterbug in chat.
Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
Still sick, but I hope like slowly getting better. Like, is that the symptoms are not as strong. I hope slowly but surely.
Aww. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've seen all seen the light. Ha, just as the last.
It's unbelievable. And after I've made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now?
What's up, bitch? Thank you, Lecky.
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well, then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
It's the final countdown. Oh. Yes, Your Excellency.
Try to get me.
get me back. That's right. It's the mommy.
Oh, they're absolutely rude tonight. Like, I don't think anyone caught anything, right? Except for me. Rigged. It is rigged. Hold on.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. Professor of Medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikatoba, no less.
Yeah, that's right, you did get the Kadabra. So, okay, not exactly rigged, but yeah, that's it.
Right, but the Englishwoman just cheered.
Case was to be heard by the British Consulate Court in Shanghai. However, there's a little doubt that she could simply have been acquitted and sent back to homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I did.
Oh? Who is it? Is it Ray?
Yeah.
I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray,
Girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony, or testimony me, as you will. Just keep quiet and listen, baby.
but this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Stop calling me Susato, girl! You're ruining my cover! Shh!
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted,
Great peeping Tom.
You say it! He is, he's a creep!
Whoa, take it easy there. I'm just a peeping Tom. I ain't dirty. I know how to wash myself.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
It must be the whiskey. I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. Let's hope so, goddammit. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. I hit my head, I'm sorry. I got excited. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Okay?
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Whitson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
Yeah, it's totally different. This one's just tired and he's like going through it and he's like, okay, fine. These court cases are taking too long. I need some alcohol to numb myself. But I do miss Judgy Poo. Like I said, he'll make a comeback. Don't worry, he's gonna come back.
But surely it wouldn't be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by himself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikitoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited the laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, see? And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it, somehow it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Menamimo-san, one small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumeyu Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes! Look at this! The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word! Well, Menamimo-san?
As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of the Menomimoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did not write that article, and he based it on what... Did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Okay.
So, that's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with this stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say and I want to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. I'm gonna get all riled up, just wait, oh my god. I got a scoop for you, and it ain't chocolate chip. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go stab them as well. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait a second. So, the poison article, where is it?
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean on the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did! There can be no question of that! After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Menamimo-san, tongue tires, has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Menamimo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not amongst new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Riten Menamimo.
Yeah!
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day.
Hold on. We need evidence. We're getting there.
Didn't we already do this though? I think we're fine. We have the information because we're it's siphoned, right? And then we have the chemical reagent. Let's go. Let's do this. We're almost there.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and it was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut, thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
What could they possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. There's a flittle in chat. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary. Let me take another sip of my whiskey.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied with that as warrant consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Hold it. You can't catch me now. I tell ya. You guys are a bunch of... Yeah, that's right, I'm done with y'all.
Ugh, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen?
I don't need a counter-argument. Let's go, you caught it! Flittle is yours!
Honestly, yeah, the trick is complaining. Always complaining, and it manifests.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say, gave it to the victim, you say, stabbed her, you say, lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have any argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing.
Let me quickly save because it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Alright.
Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of tongue, all noted. That's what the show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
Hold on. I'm not gonna go over this. We already talked like this.
How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See, I, Raiden Menu Mimo, a mere reporter from the show you knows. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
Yes, you did.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you would have identified, the poison itself isn't definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the true culprit there.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
I love how everyone is calling her handsome. I mean, she is. She's beautiful. She's glorious. She's glowing. But I love how everyone's enamored with her.
My point is this. There is one way that you, Menimimo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
She's cute. I swear to God, Trucifer, no one asked. Are you in that courtroom right now? No, you're not.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What in the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the witness stole the poison on the day in question? It's this right here!
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Ah! A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago.
I swear by a weasel-haired calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up some kind of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which it's sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
There's a lot of sucking today.
What does all this talk of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it is also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word! Can this really be?
Well, Menomimo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? Yup. By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Yeah.
Objection! More absurdity never happened.
True. We've heard that there are procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for the fear of offending our guests, such as detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Menemimo-san.
Gah!
So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied this poison from her into a glass.
Could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of the outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present into the reservoir.
Interesting, Licky.
What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Stop it. Stop it, you're too close to the target. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
Yeah. So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? So what if my suspenders break my nips? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in my reserve. What the? I'm crazy, I know. That's the British way of writing defense. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. Have you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again.
It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish the matter. I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in the question, and therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence.
You don't have no such evidence completely possibly exists.
Objection!
Oh yes, I do. Menemimo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. Tell me, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it, then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that was witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect the traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of this poison.
What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Menemimo-san, is all of it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
I'm not royal. No, you can't. I won't. I'm Wolverine.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah. Get out of my way. I'm out of here. No. Oh, God. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me trying to the failed nation. I whip everything back and forth. I can't read all this. It's a mo. Get right.
Susato, with me. I'm there.
Let's go.
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown.
Doesn't matter. It's a Susato takedown, okay? Badass.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
My life is over. When I saw it in there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen?
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minami-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it's made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What? What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. There's a Frigibax in chat. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from.
You fucking bitch. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
The silence is deafening, it is. I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. Let's go, Lecky. Congrats. Aw, man. Trucifer, you use a Ultra Ball and... Damn, man. And I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
I don't give those shits anymore. Oh, come on. Doesn't that strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have to see that justice is done myself? Sir, again, stop it with that. You are not Wolverine. You are not Logan.
Let's not forget, Manimimo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
No worries, Lecky. I mean, it's practically done. I was just going to do this case and then I'll be done with it. So you pretty much saw everything. Thank you so much for sticking around. Have a good night and I'll see you soon. I appreciate you. What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. I didn't go through a bottle, at least. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yeah, that's me, that's right. Ah, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo's Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are generally entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Auchi, do you have any final thoughts?
Oh no.
Prosecutor Auchi!
I'm done. It's over. I, Takasuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Oh my god, silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchiism.
Ouchiism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Yes, God. I can't do it, no!
All around me are familiar faces. Oh, now faces. Oh, now faces. Oh, why are you guys showing respect? I can't. Oh my god, Ouchie, you're so pathetic. And it doesn't change generation after generation, doesn't it? Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membani-san.
Yes, Your Excellency?
Listen, I think you got a good idea with you would be that dramatic if you have to be. But this is olden times, you know what I mean? Like, you've evolved. You're not this dramatic.
I've reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Let's go! Sakura petals, baby!
It's so nice and calm.
Court is adjourned.
Let's go!
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, besties, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humilities nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to Milk Bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see.
Poppy JoJo's.
Right, I see, I'll think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good.
Yeah, the localization is funny. Because why would they say swagger?
Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Rei.
Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Rei's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame.
Oh, Rei. What?
What is happening?
Ah, Sosuke-san and Inspector Hasanoga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
I don't... So dashing, so divine! No! Double dashing, yes, and then devilishly divine, just look at you! I'm crying pure tears! I had no idea, Mrs. Sato-san, Esquires, that you were locum student Naruto-san, Esquire's cousin! Astounding, ace, attorney, oh snap, he said it!
He's bleeding because he's probably has like, he probably has cancer or something like that. Who knows? That back in the day, that's what it was. He said it! Screen cap it! Nope! Why I keep doing this? Astounding, ace, attorney! Thank you.
Poor Sosuke-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruto-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sosuke-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself a great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle. No,
Mr. Turtle! Let Mr. Turtle free.
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really, and this is once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do.
I don't think he's gonna live for that long.
9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey.
Thank you, Papi Jojo. No! Don't flash me that!
Though, that didn't help you, did it? Kazuma-sama?
Don't make me sad. Partner.
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder of that Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. And yes, there's a pumpkaboo in chat.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah! My arch-nemesis! How lightly you utter his name!
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes.
Your silence is deafening, Mikotoba.
And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Oh, Iris.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
Let's go, Poppy Jojo! On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University, but I also served another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Huh?
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever. And you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I find you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply... Ah! Let me go!
Menomino-san! So, one throat wasn't enough for you?
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of... He must mean... Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah!
Oh shit, the judge?
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency!
God damn. He's not the only one. That was a judge takedown.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency?
Ha 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 ha! The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore, merely your father's friend, Sashiro Jikoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato?
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Sashiro here had known, and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Sashiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Sashiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Not bad with whiskey in your body.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama? I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime.
Whiskey in the body.
When nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I, have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Sosuke-san. What is it?
I think perhaps, could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
What? This I have to hear.
Please, Sasuke-san.
Oh, I mean, please, Sasuke-san, tell me at once. And I gotta snooze the ad again, I can't.
I will.
Oh, tell me already.
As you know, my time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such an awful things have boiled in. Thank goodness Locum Student Ohodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them?
I mean,
Those two terrible cases I had caught up with?
of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to be concerned himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one with Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous highness case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
And that is our next case.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better how you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Aww. And that's the end of the first case, baby! We got this. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna obviously save the current stat. Before we continue, I actually do want to see the... I'm trying to remember. I think there is a little cutscene. Let us at least a little sneak peek to what we're gonna go into the next case. Let's just do the cutscene and we'll end it there. Episode 2. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Yes.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Norahodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings. For whom I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. Since a particular grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now upon to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Oh. Okay. I think I'm gonna just... What is it? What a delicious smell of wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sherm's suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Oh. Okay, I guess there's more. Alright. We'll just stop it here. Let me save. Let me not forget to save, because last time I forgot. Got it. Alright. Alright, my friends. Thank you so much for sticking through tonight's stream. I hope you had a great time. We will be coming back to, yeah, we will be coming back to, God, my brain. There's a cherub in chat, if anyone wants it. We will be continuing this game probably next week, because come this Thursday, the new Animal Crossing update will be released, and we will be playing it as soon as I can download it. We will be here to just vibe, see what's new, see what we can do for Alola Island, and I hope you guys will be there along with me. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your week. Be good to yourselves. Take care of yourselves, all right? Because that's what you deserve. I'm all right. We need more cozy streams, guys. A little chaotic, but I got through the first case, and my voice is still here. I made it through. We got this, and you guys can go through everything else that you need this week. All right. Let's see who we can Let's see who we can raid, shall we? All right. Let's try this for 1 second. Let's go, Poppy Jojo! All right. How about we show some love to Sabian? I think that'd be good. Another lovely Pokemon shiny hunter. Here are the raid messages. That is if you are a follower or if you are a sub. And yeah. Again, thank you guys so much for being here. I already did my outro. What am I talking about? But let's show some love to Sabian. Please show what an amazing community you guys are. And I will see you guys very, very soon. Thursday. Prepare for some more chill vibes. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye.